Though it's hard, I know I gotta keep up. No time to late, to drift away. I fill my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again. And as I fall, I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, and just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
anything, but there's like a, when my brother was plowing some snow, he used the snow blower, and then all of a sudden the PTO and the lift arms stopped working. So now we first thought it was the hydraulic pump that was broken, but it's apparently a clutch that has some problems. So we need to, and that one. Good day, everybody. Let's get our things sorted here. Would be nice to have like some sort of shelf for this battery. It's down here is the best we got here. Things locked up, hooked up, and then probably, yeah. So I have this mini streaming backpack usually on me, but when we're harvesting it, like most of the time, I can have it just hanging here. If I want to show you something outside, then I need to grab this guy. I'm kind of tethered to this with one cable, but can be here now, I think. Okay, we should be good to. What's that sound? Bird or something. Yeah, we should be good to go. I think I got everything I need here. Should be able to, yeah, just fire this one up also. Ready to go to the field and continue with the wheat. We already have the same field, so we just start that once we get to the field. Or continue. And we have, yeah, pretty much full tank, so we don't even need to refuel. first gear a little bit. Then probably second gear. Harvesting the woods. Yep, correct. 3 harvesting today.
first. I'll be right back.
organic wheat. John has the moisture meter. We could measure what the moisture is on this now. Hopefully drier than yesterday. Moisture is. Take a sip here. See if it's like yesterday it was 25 or more. Hopefully it's under 25 now. Sample. Test sample. $23. The last today is gonna be 20. Ja, så det är 3 så ser man så får man nog allt det här idag most likely. Yes sir. 23, that's a lot better than 26 yesterday. It's still not like a ideal drive, but with the weather we've been having, it's good enough. Good enough to go.
start like a new pass in the middle there somewhere. Then if you're not perfectly on the line, then it wants to like, yeah, slowly come back to the line. Then it kind of does some funky stuff. Line it up pretty check that the back end of the trailer is actually closed. Good to dump this way sometimes. Make sure. Yeah, it's kind of a bad situation to start dumping in the trailer and the back end is open. Not a good situation. Now it's dry enough. It's like John measured, it was 23%, so it's not great, but it was over 25 yesterday, so it's better than yesterday. By the end of the day, it would probably be closer to 20. Dryers will have to do a little bit more, but it's okay. The weather doesn't really allow for us to leave it for too long here. I'm not gonna start. We'll start with a full pass actually. Start a solid long pass here at some place. Some sort of a line here so it doesn't do the back and forth thing too much. First pass is kind of important. Once you get the first one started well, then the other ones will also work out. Now that should be a pretty straight start. Yeah, I changed it. I don't know how I remembered, but actually yesterday when we started the wheat, I switched it back to 2.9 meters, yeah, because now it's standing straight up. With the peas I had to work with 270 because when the peas are flat like that, like you can't use a full width because the lifting things that lift up the crop, they don't go out to the full width, so kinda had to make some adjustments there. But yeah, for normal stuff, these 290s, it's pretty good. So far it's been, too many small rains, but now it's good weather. then we'll see the peas, yeah. Maybe if it stays dry for 1 week, we can try again, but yeah, we might have to abandon the peas on the field because they might be unharvestable. Maybe if they get super dry, it might work. Otherwise, it will just be fertilizer for the field. almost formed like dough inside the combine. So if we would have continued, it would literally have broken the combine. So it was good that we didn't try more that day, because we would have had some casualties on the combine side. But yeah, we might try that. Like if we get at some point when we get all the wheat harvested, then we can like try anything, because if it's like if the bees are lost, then if we get anything from there, then it's better than that. So we will see. But yeah, first priority is to get the wheat off the fields now. And this is like we can do this field today, but then after today, like then the dryer is kind of full again. So then we might need to wait a few days for the other field. Also, the other field was seeded like a week later than this, so yeah, after today we might need to wait a few days before we start the other field, other wheat field. Yeah, this field, the wheat seems quite ready. The only chance really is to get it, if it stays like this for like 3, 4, maybe 5 more days or more, like a week without any rain really, then it might work. Otherwise it's a lost crop, or I guess we harvested like 25% of the peas, so not a complete loss, but a kind of big loss still. here. Almost a full tank. But yeah, I saw somebody who had, they said they had like a 4 ton per hectare piece, and they were kind of standing nicely. So it depends. I guess the variety, it depends on the variety also. I think our variety, it was a pretty tall one, so that might not be the best. It might be better with like a shorter variety, but I mean on a year where it's not gonna grow super well, then it's gonna work better. It was just this year it was pretty good conditions early in the season. So the peas grew really tall. And then they had a little bit of trouble standing up after that. Maybe the variety's name was John. Okay, now we should be full pretty much very soon. Okay, now we can do like, we can go back and forth and like halfway. so I know roughly how much we get. Like otherwise I could dump at any point. It's like doesn't really matter. But yeah, I like to know. Then I know like 2 cubic meters, 4, 6, 8. Then we put like roughly 8 in every trailer. Then it's like I can roughly calculate how much we got. Otherwise it would be faster to just dump when you're close to the trailer, of course. But this way we know roughly. Then I haven't weighed the wheat, but wheat is usually maybe 800 kilos per cubic meter. The peas were really heavy though. We measured them, they were like over 80, maybe even 85. So the peas are even heavier than wheat. Like super, super heavy. But wheat is also heavy. Much heavier than oats. yeah, for next season we'll probably change the belt because it had some cracks in it and yeah, burning the belt probably didn't help either, so for next year new belt. It's not a very long one or like thick one, so it shouldn't be too expensive. If you need to change the like main drive belt, that's like this wide and like thick and long. Those can be like many €100 per belt, but the small ones they're maybe like 40-50 euros, maybe even 20, the really smallest ones. So it's not too bad. There's some thistles when I get stuck here. Now we're gonna see if we have run too much in there at once. Starting to build a pile on the side here. Still gotta watch out for a little bit, but usually when it's standing like this it doesn't block too much, but it can still do it. hydraulic motors instead. Like the old ones, they all, like this one has probably like 20 different belts. But the new ones, they seem to have more like hydraulic motors and stuff maybe. Yeah, chains. I mean, this one has some chains also, but not too many. The nice thing with a belt is if something like seizes up, then the belt starts slipping, and then you might only break like a belt, which is like cheaper than a lot of other stuff. So in that way, the belt systems are kind of nice, but yeah. I guess the chain systems, they can have like a bolt that breaks or something if there's something that seizes up. John, he watched like some sort of like, there was some YouTuber, he's like a pro John Deere mechanic. And then he was like cursing the combine or whatever. He was trying to figure out some issue, and it was like, could be that, it could be this, it could be a sensor. And he was like a professional mechanic, so. You can't really fix those kind of issues yourself anymore. had either oats or wheat, or most of the years probably oats. Like the 2020 year, that was good. Then this field had also it's been grass 2019, and then we had oats here. Then it yielded like, I think it was like 6 tons per hectare on average for the oats, which was really good. And now it's gonna be like for wheat. This is probably not like 6 tons per hectare wheat, but it's not too far off, I think. Go a little bit. We have again a little bit of room in the tank. Not a full tank, but a little bit. Last time I guess we did back and forth, and then that much. Let's see if we can get to the same spot now. Again, it's leaving a few straws. Maybe I start letting it off a little bit. Oh well, we're gonna do plenty of driving empty back so we can grab if there's like a few straws here and there. Yeah, I mean technically, like all those straws, if we leave like that all places on the field, it's gonna only be like a few kilos, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, it looks nice when it's all shaved off. Chipmunk has moved from the tractor to the combine now. Now it's gonna be a pretty heavy load, full trailer with oats or with wheat, I mean. Gonna be some weight in this. that the filter is fine on there, and yeah, check everything. Oh, hello there, Smiles. It's a rubber piece at the pipe and new. Yeah, we put it there so when you have the pipe down, you don't hit your head into metal, you kind of hit on the rubber instead. John has hit his head one too many times, so we decided to put the flap there. It doesn't really help here. I guess it could help a little bit here, but when you empty, but it's mostly for not hitting the head. Little break. Yes. Oh, tractor is running. I'm gonna check. It should be. Där kan ta både lampan. sip. Probably ready to go. Really don't want to have the fans off too long. It's getting pretty hot out there. But yeah, for the most part we only need to sit still, so it's fine. Doing some heavy physical work would not be that much fun today. It's pretty warm. Oh, I did check the camera. Hopefully the camera is charging today. Sometimes it's charging and sometimes it's not, so hopefully it's working. Hopefully my cell phone is also not charging. It's probably too hot. Too hot for the camera to charge at the same time. The other farmers harvesting. So it's for the most part everything is harvested here already. Like there's some stuff left, but I don't think I see there's one neighbor over there. Yeah, for the most part, I think it's not all done, but for the most part, I think the harvesting is done here. And some people are probably waiting for stuff to dry out even more. One neighbor here, he has weed, and then another neighbor also has like bees they're not so flat on the ground, but they have like a lot of weeds, so I think they're also waiting for drier weather. And then yeah, I guess one neighbor they have a little bit of canola, so there's some left, but there's over 50% is harvested for sure. Sometimes the combine is bouncing around quite a bit, even with this you can you put like realistic weather settings in Farming Simulator, which means when you want rain, it doesn't rain, and then when you don't want rain, it's gonna rain. Realism setting. much there, just a few straws.
only 30 seconds of wait time. I guess he's doing the other trailer. You can leave that here and then bring the other one. Then I can do 100% all the time. You're a little bit too much in a hurry when you need to dump there, you need to jump on the tractor, open the trailer, dump it. You can't maybe dump all at once, and it's a little bit. I can harvest one full tank before that. Yeah, I guess I can take a drink break. We'll see.
that dump now. Too far away. Is he gonna reverse up? I guess so. Yeah, the new tractor doesn't really fit underneath the pipe. You can't go. You don't want to drive too close. Now we can start dumping. John is a big fan of the Massey Ferguson combines. I don't really know, I don't have any experience from them, so it could be good. But, I mean, it would fit nice when we have 4 Massey Ferguson tractors. Then we could have Massey Ferguson combine also. John in the head. Hit John in the head with the pipe. Not be good. Can start a new slice here, probably. Split this maybe in half. Somewhere here, maybe. See if we can find a nice line here somewhere. Again, want to start really well lined up here. Otherwise it wants to do funky things. Probably we started pretty straight now. Looks pretty straight when I look from the mirror. a crop gets like a lot of rains on it, then it gets like super dusty also. So it kind of depends. But yeah, this is not dusty at all at the moment. There's like a little bit down here. You can see some like husks flying around. But yeah, it's not that dusty. But yeah, sometimes if it's a crop that has got like a lot of rain when it was ready, then it can be like actually like super dusty. But yeah, no, this is not bad at all today. any exact. I should do some like rough calculations. But yeah, it depends. It depends on how warm the outside air is, how dry the outside air is. But yeah, it's gonna cost something, but it's still less than if this drops, if the value drops from 300 to 200, that's still a bigger loss than what the drying cost is. So that's why we're trying to get this. Hopefully, I mean, I don't know, it could already be feed quality, but I'm hoping it's good quality still. And now we can harvest it and then kind of dry it and keep the good quality. Because yeah, it's still not that expensive to dry. Like it's not definitely 100 euros per ton. Yeah, that I can say it does not cost 100 euros per ton to dry. That's for sure. It's way less. It's probably what would I throw out there? Like in the cold air dryer, if you run that a full day, that's probably like maybe that was like 10 or 15 euros to run it like 8 hours, like a full day. But that only dries. It dries like a large volume, but down maybe 1%. So it depends. The hot air dryer is probably easier. Somebody has probably done some calculations how much it costs. But yeah, as long as we get it like 20 or under 20, then the drying cost is not that bad. can harvest it really dry, then the cost is very low. When you only need it to dry a little bit. Some places, I mean, you can, I don't think there's any place close to us, but some places you can also deliver it like wet, and then they take like a fee for drying it. But I'm sure that's more expensive than if we dry it ourselves. And I don't think there's really any place close to us that does that, but in some places you can just deliver it wet also. Especially if it goes to like straight to animal feed, then there's some farms buy directly from other farms, and then you don't need to dry it that much, because if they like, sometimes they crush it and put it in a tube, or then they store it like wet, so then you don't need to dry it even at all. But that's only if you sell directly to some farms or something. All the human grade or the best quality needs to be dried down and then so. The pile is about high as the other one, so we should be empty here soon. They put some acid on it. It's almost like they store it almost like silage. If you put the same acid as in silage, I think it might stay good also. That's probably one way you can do it also. also harvested at the same time, like just when it's turning a little yellow or something. So you get like maximum volume. John has a pretty top of the line phone. What phone do you have, John, now? Like your primary phone? Isn't that one of the pretty expensive ones? You don't have iPhone, but I think it's one of the more expensive Androids. Phone did 27 backups. Sounds about right. Or tablet. It's like when you play a game for the first time in a long time, then it's always like first, like a lot of updating first. Galaxy S24, that's almost is there a Galaxy S25 already? But the 24, that's still a pretty new one. Pretty expensive one. Last year's flagship. Okay. If you buy the new iPhone every year, then those are like, what are those? 1,500 euros or something. iPhone 17 Pro Max Gold, and the difference to the Pro Max not Gold is like some very small detail. It's kind of funny. Don't Yeah, John should have solar hat on now, then you could charge your phone right now because it's pretty sunny. Yeah, $2,000 for those. That's pretty steep, I would say. Especially if you buy one new every year. Then the 2,000 is quite a bit. Have like machines like a combine, you don't need to take this to like a MOT ever, like a car. Luckily the combine you can just pretty much do whatever. Wait, I'm gonna check that, see if my camera is actually charging. Camera is charging, which is nice. We're still at like 80%, so the camera is actually charging, which is nice. One day it didn't want to charge at all, and then kind of had to cut some stuff short. done yet really. And we also don't have any room anywhere, so we need to dry, I guess, these few days. Put it into like storage, and then we have room to harvest more again. have scammed us so far at least. Like the oats have always been the better quality. Like it doesn't really matter, like they will sell the grain to the factories and use it, so it doesn't, like they don't gain, they take like a percentage probably or something, so it doesn't matter even if it's better or worse, they don't like gain from it, I think. Of course there could be some legal scam in there, but yeah, we can go back and we should be able to take all this last bit here to go back there, because this was kind of a half pass, and then now full pass should still be. I'm thinking. No scamming other than the price. One of the many legal scams. It's legal, but it's kind of a scam. A little bit of a scam. might be. They probably have some pretty bulletproof test, because it's a lot of time there's a lot of the price difference is like a lot. Like for example, if this is good quality, it's 300 euros per ton. If it's bad quality, it's like 200. So it's like a big difference in price. Stuff that's flying over, that's like trash. You want that out. It's not just husks. It's not like an actual seed. So really windy, and it kind of cleans it as you dump it in the trailer. stuff. Kind of fits. You could fit like 4.5 loads in this one, but if you wanna put equal amounts in the boxes in the dryer, then it's easier if I just do 4 and 4 and 4. Combine. Guess I can leave it running on idle. the inside of the combine was even cleaner than this morning. Like there was a surprisingly big amount of like straw stuck inside in the first load. But now after the second load it was like completely clean almost inside. So I guess when it dried even further it kind of helps with stuff getting stuck inside the combine also. Even if it shouldn't be like a big difference, but sometimes even the smallest, if it dries up even a little bit more, then it can make like a big difference how the combine works. It's always shocking how a tiny change can make a big difference. Nothing significant. But it seems like it's doing a pretty clean job also now. Pretty much have the basic settings. Like here it says weed, Vehda weed. There's like the rotor, whatever it's called, that's in the front thresher. Should be those RPM. Then it's like this is how big the gap is, and then this is the fan. Fan is like around 1000 RPM. We got pretty much the basic settings for weed, and it seems like it's doing a good job. When the crop is like mature, it works even if you have a little bit wrong settings. If it's green, then no settings seems to work. I would say this is pretty mature. It's not like you could wait if it's good weather. You could wait like a week maybe. But yeah, with the rains we've gotten, I don't dare to wait. Only fan for nice wind, yeah. 10,000 RPM in the only fan. cannot see anything if there was no roads at all. In places where it actually didn't grow anything. try to go like 7 kilometers per hour in this front. I wouldn't do it. I think your combine might, in the long run, might struggle a little bit with that. But they did some, I don't know how official the tests were, but I think in the manual it doesn't say anything about the driving speed in the manual. But I guess you could find like some like good guesses, like if you get 5 ton you could drive this fast, if you get like 2 ton you can drive this fast. But then it also matters, like if there's a little bit more weeds then you kind of need to go slower, because the weeds are like usually completely green, so there's a lot of factors to go into the driving speed. At least the losses are pretty small at the moment. We're catching everything we can pretty much. it usually does not happen. Like all the seeds usually die in the fall and winter, but we had the one year where there was some oats that survived the winter. And that was, but it only kind of happened once. Most of the time there's no like, if we have oats here next year, there's not gonna be any wheat here next year. I don't think. I think it like, if there is some seeds, it's gonna die on its own at some point. You can go home now if you want, then you can bring the last trailer later. Or I guess if you wanna drive away with this one, you can do whatever you want. It's gonna take like an hour and then probably another hour for the last one. But it should fit. Does this fit in 2 trailers? Might be tight actually, because it gets longer here behind us. Now we have done 3 hectares. There's still like 2 left, almost 2 left, and then it should fit. It should fit. But it's gonna be real close. We might again do the both trailers full, and then one in the tank in the combine. Then it's probably gonna. Or yeah, the last trailer is gonna be the other trailer. So we can, in that one, we can put a little bit more than 4 tanks. If there's like a little bit left over. Or if there's a little bit, yeah, a little bit more in the, left in the tank. Or left on the field, I should say. dried up from yesterday, so we're harvesting a little bit less water. It is nice. This red one I cannot put much more, but the grey one I can maybe fit almost like 5 tanks in it. Then it should for sure fit. It's good that the last trailer will be the grey one, so that's the bigger one, so then we should for sure fit it. After that we can even put in the combine tank. Then it's gonna for sure fit, like there's not that much left there. There's a mouse. There's a rat. Jump in the forest, otherwise you will get eaten by the combine. Look like a fat guy. Fat mouse. I haven't seen too many of like mice or anything in the field. That was really the first this year. We had a lizard in the tank and like a half snake, which has definitely never happened before. But yeah, when you harvest, now we're not harvesting that close to the ground, so there's much less chance of getting any critters in there. When we shave off the piece, we're like really close to the ground, so bigger chance of getting critters in the combine. Right now I'm leaving like 20 centimeters stubble, or maybe 25. So even like a rabbit could maybe be saved if it ducks down. Then the rabbit might even be able to go underneath the combine. path again, Wild Boar path. There it goes. Wild Boar Highway. at the same time as we're harvesting. Sitting exercise. Yeah, it makes it a lot easier. Probably we harvest one field a little bit faster and also with a little bit less effort. And now we can use the system both in the spring and the fall. So pretty much everything we do on the field now we use with the auto steer. Pretty much like, yeah, every step. Pretty full, we might be able to go to the other end of that. Yeah, that's the one where we don't use it. The plowing, because there you don't really need it. I guess you could have auto steer there, but it doesn't really, like, you don't really need to steer. Like, unless you would have like auto turn, then it doesn't really help to have auto steer. Yeah, it's when you're plowing you have the old school auto steer. As long as you get the first pass straight, then it everything that's left is pretty good. Well, usually pretty good. Usually pretty good soil. Hopefully it's not gonna be that time. Starting to run out of room at the dryers here soon. it's the skiing field. And then we had wheat on the mini field here also. That yielded probably okay. Well, it's a little field, so it almost doesn't even matter. way. We have room to turn here and start this chunk, and then we have the couple of longer chunks. Chunky chunks left. I'll take a little sip. In which direction John is gonna go. Somewhere out of the way here. it's close enough to one full. If it's gonna be 4 full ones now or 5 a little bit smaller ones, it's fine. Because I already know close enough now. Close enough to what we're gonna get. If I can just reverse close enough to the trailer, then it would be all good. The trailer was closed. It's nice. Yep, goes in the trailer. It would be pretty dumb if you just reverse close enough, then start dumping, look other ways, and then all the grain is on the ground. That would be not nice. Not nice. dry, not super wet. Kind of medium wet. If it wouldn't have rained the last weekend, it would be probably pretty dry. But that one rain was kind of bad for this and very bad for our peas. Might not even be able to harvest the peas. looks like a good pea field, and there is like, it grew well, but the harvest is a slight issue. Suitable here at the end, so this is second tank and the rest probably won't fit in two, but it will fit in the trailer. It's gonna be a pretty normal trailer, I would say. According to this, there is 0.6 left. So yeah, 2 tanks left. Maybe a little bit over. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty much a normal trailer with pretty close to 8 cubic meters. We'll see how it looks when we have everything harvested, but it should be pretty close. Stuff, it might be so dry that we kind of have to put something straight to the hot air dryer. Cold air dryer is filled up, I would say. Full of stuff. Tomorrow is going to be probably also good weather to dry in there, because the outside air is really warm, and then you use less oil. chugs a little bit. Steep walking by you. Yeah, the app said that your running was steep, whatever that means. Steep running. Steep walking also. done all the oats. Now we're doing wheat, and then at the end we might try some pea still. Thank you for the beats there, Yatidam. Thank you very much. line in the beach. Like always, if someone does some drunk driving and crashes their car, then they always just leave the car and run away. So we're gonna do the same with the combine, some drunk combine. Somewhere here. It's close enough to where we can drive, then we'll take the last, but it doesn't matter if it's a little turns around a little bit here because we're still gonna go once close to the beach. pressure. Yep. So we're gonna put one batch in the hot air dryer tomorrow. That's about 11 cubic meters. That's a full load like that plus a little bit. And that's like one batch, and we usually dry one batch per day. You could in the hot air dryer, you could dry like 24/7. Then you'd get probably 3 batches per day, but we're not in that big of a hurry. During the day the air is hotter, so you save a bit of fuel if you run it only during the day or when it's warm. But this is 85. Yeah, we need like a couple cubic meters from another trailer or somewhere. Nothing to reach here. It's the low sun now, so it's kind of shining straight in the eyes. Yeah, maybe we'll only have to drive one direction. here to block the sun. Some of them have something you can pull down or something, but no, there's nothing here, just the vents for the fan. Nothing for the sun. I use 2 SIM cards instead of 1. that improves it a bit. And then in general, the internet in Finland is okay-ish, even in the countryside. It's not always perfect, but for the most part it's pretty good. Okay, last pass here, then I saw some small bits there, but basically last pass on this field. That's a full one. I'll just drive a little bit forward so I can swing down the pipe. There's room for that. But yeah, that last load, that's a full load. I'll just go outside a little bit, swing the pipe down, and then we'll drive out of here.
actually this was pretty accurate. 4.88 it says out of 4.93, so pretty good. We can stop recording. And we're ready to go. We're follow John, then you can see the big load. See the big load once more. Where is he going already? Yeah, he's going over there. Let's head out. Like the trailer is pretty much full, the gray one. There's some little weight in that load. Probably maybe 6 tons of wheat plus trailer weight. And there's like one of the tires on that trailer is kind of, it has like a slow leak. Hopefully it doesn't explode on us. Now there is probably biggest load in a while on that trailer. Yeah, you can see the trailer is like bouncing. Like soft bouncing over the ruts. There you can see there's some weight. Got some weight to it. John is gonna go here. You can take multiple routes. Switch the road gear. You can go the same route, I guess. Follow John. Following John. Following you, chilling in water.
cheese here. Can we even fit through here? I will just go to the farm, but yeah, here's the hot air dryer. We can at some point check this out too more. Is stuck. Sometimes it can be stuck a little bit. Okay, we can shut this one off. Then take whatever I need to take out of here. Backpack for sure. In your backpack, put our phone back. is the wheat heavy stuff. Yeah, I guess if you have measured. But well, it changes also a little bit when you dry it. But it seems like it's not super light at least. Oops. This guy, those can stay here. This battery is still full. Don't need to charge this one, I think. No, do we need this? No, it can stay here. That battery was also kind of full. I need this phone. Let's see if we can get out. Water bottles. I think this one is empty. That's trash. This one has a little bit in it. Can be here. I guess the cold air dryer is running here still. There's a couple of wheat. Like most of the wheat we harvested today is in there and probably drying as we speak. But yeah, the outside air, it's gonna get wet pretty soon, so we can probably shut it off soon. We can only use that during the day when the outside air is like warm and dry. Now when the sun goes down, the humidity basically jumps up to 80, 90 pretty fast. Then you can't really dry anything. But yeah, we can go check. This is the other wheat field. We can check how it looks. Compare it to the other field. What's that? What's that on the rock there? It looks like a turd. What the hell? What animal has been crapping on the rock here? Jesus. That's gotta be like a... What the hell? There's some berries in it. It's probably like a raccoon dog or something. Nice place to crap right on a rock. Too small for a bear. I don't think it was bear shit. Too small. Yeah, we'll see. Do the shoes get wet already? Almost. Yeah, I mean this wheat, it doesn't look that bad. It doesn't look that different from the other stuff. But we'll wait, I think, a few days. There's maybe a few more that are straight up like this. Once they're all like to the side like this, then it's probably good. We can wait a little bit with this. I think it's best to wait a little bit. If they predict any kind of bigger rain, then we're gonna try to harvest as much as we can before, but yeah, we'll see. Yeah, tomorrow we might hand pick a little bit and try to measure the moisture. If it gets to like under 20, then we're harvesting. But yeah, it doesn't look that different from the other field, considering this was seeded like 1 week later. There's probably not a huge difference. But yeah, we want to wait a little bit. And we don't really have room, because now there's a batch in the hot air dryer tomorrow, so that's full. The cold air dryer, I think it's completely full. So tomorrow we can't, or maybe in the morning if we move around something, then we might have some room. But yeah, tomorrow we really don't have any room, so probably tomorrow we cannot harvest. But yeah, we kind of missed the sunset here, but I'll leave you guys with this nice view of a wheat field here. And then we'll be back tomorrow or the next day, most likely. Depends on the weather again. But yeah, thanks for watching. See you next time.
Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep up. No time to late, to drift away. I fill my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again. And as I fall, I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above, just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the